domino effect. This is exactly how the
Hello,
tricksters
I'm
work.
yeah, I'm live
They
now
change
on
one
YouTube.
thing,
I'm
and
getting
let
ready
the
to go to church. I have to
dominoes fall,
call
and
Robert.
then
Or
feed
Robert's
on
gonna
the
call me and
fucking
go to
chaos.
Harvester Christian
That's
Church.
why
So
I
here,
heavily
this is something
noticed
I'm watching
that was a
on
character
YouTube about Doctor
I
Who.
enjoy. I enjoyed
I'll leave it on,
premise of
and
all
um,
this
sorry, the
ginger
place is a
creature
mess,
did
still
was
messy,
resolve
and
one
disordered.
of
But I don't know how long
talent
this live thing
in
that's
a
going to be
deal
on
with
what
the
about
devil's
Doctor
own
Who is going to
scenario,
be.
which
And then
the
maybe,
trickster's famous
but I'll keep,
ended up killing the
but we'll,
genie.
I think
And
when
as a
this goes
result,
off, I don't know, something else will come on, or we'll show the screensaver. So let's roll show the time. So this one.
Likes to do. And then just let the dominoes.
So
Maybe Monsoon didn't. All this Monsoon creature did was take music out of the world, and then without it, the world destroys itself. It feeds on that chaos. And in the later scene, this creature explains the greatest music is that nuclear winter. Destruction. Chaos fuels me. It is my blood. It is my air. It is my food. As the tricks.
Yeah, that would have been better.
Mm.
Certainly would have been better. Yeah, no doubt there. As I pointed out earlier on, the thing that really bugged me about this, is the fact that the Doctor has been active in the time period between 1963 and 2024 on Earth in London many times in many forms. And, from everything from like Cybermen wandering through the streets, to literally the Christmas invasion, everything that happened in the modern era, every time RTD took us back to modern day London or some other part of the UK. And how has any of that happened anymore if this has happened instead?
This situation cancels everything else out. Like the
Yeah,
domino effect.
The Doctor shouldn't even be there right now. He shouldn't be shooting Gatwa or any. I don't even know what Doctor it should be. The whole timeline has changed. The Doctor's timeline has to be affected. Even the TARDIS protecting him shouldn't be possible.
I won't hate on them. Hate on the writers. That is too much for this, because when you're dealing with time travel, when you have an entire franchise and show based around time travel, you are going to come across complications like this where, okay, if something happened here, then why does this still happen? But the thing I have a problem with is that they establish in the same episode that the first Doctor was there in 1963, and they've established the Doctor has been there since, and that's why I have a problem with this. If they didn't have that scene where he talks about the first Doctor and Susan, I would have been fine with this. The thing is, again, is that they keep on just digging their own grave.
Yeah,
because you kind of have to have a suspension of disbelief where you say, okay, we have to accept that in all the other time periods the Doctor didn't do anything because of time travel shenanigans. But then stating this stuff, it puts them in their own sort of mess. I think that's why I have a problem with is consistency. They keep on bringing things up that make you go, right, okay, so why is this not like this? If they didn't do that, it would have come across much better.
I mean, this implies then that the first Doctor, who's living in 1963 with Susan, in a junkyard on Charles Lane, has, or at least the TARDIS is there anyway, has been there for a while and hasn't noticed that the music has disappeared from the world for the last 40 years. Because remember, this starts in 1920s.
Yeah,
that's when the Maestro first appeared, 1925, right? And I couldn't remember the exact year, so thank you. So the first Doctor did nothing about this? Like, didn't see anything wrong with a world that's suddenly devoid of music?
They shouldn't have mentioned him. They shouldn't have.
Or was that his first trip to Earth? Yeah.
Because as soon as music is taken from the world, as soon as the deal is done and the trick is made, it cancels everything out and creates a new timeline from that perspective, which enables this to exist, which then doesn't create all the fucking backwash of the first Doctor being there. That deal with that ginger devil demon cancels everything out, which is usually how the trickster operates. Don't turn right, turn left. And then the Doctor dies without Donna. Yep. And then the dominoes fall.
Oh, that was a great turn left is fantastic. That's the kind of thing that should have happened here. The mistake for me is that they actually showed this. They came into the future. They shouldn't have been able to come to the future because the Doctor shouldn't have been able to leave the situation as it is without doing something about it. If then you have to have this. Instead, you could have just potentially shown this on a monitor to Ruby, or had her like step into a simulation or something stupid like that. But they didn't have to actually come here and reveal it. You know, first of all, that seems way too grandiose for an episode 2. But also, you don't have the world ending until the finale. Generally.
I mean,
But,
look at the TARDIS, Will. I know it's kind of difficult to make out, but one window is fucking higher up than the other, right behind them.
yeah.
Yes, true.
Or is that
Very,
door being-
very subtle.
That's weird, isn't it? Oh well. Anyway, the point is they do go to the future. They do stand here, and then oh my God, Matt Lucas, when did you come back to Doctor Who? I'm sorry, wait, it's the Maestro. Sorry, but I just don't know what to say. that is just.
I mean, the only thing worse than what we're seeing is imagining me in that getup.
I wouldn't like to see that either. Not any more than this.
Ooh.
Even if you shaved. Sorry, mate. Just don't sleep that.
It's sort of like a comedian laugh at this thing. That's what this getup looks like. Laugh at this thing. It's a fucking joke. It's a nightmare in living form.
I'm all for having villains who are a bit daft, perhaps, a bit quirky. This is Absorbaloff too. This is Revenge of the Fat. Like it's just grotesque. It's needless. It's pointless, and it does nothing at all to actually improve the story. There's no reason that this had to be a drag queen. None. It's pointless. So he's very quickly intimidated by our exceptionally camp, flouncing, writhing Maestro, who then reveals, of course, the truth about being the son of the toy maker, not the trickster, which scares the absolute piss out of the Doctor, who remains convinced that he can do almost nothing to stop this person, but then just sort of rallies. You know what I mean? Like, he just sort of suddenly goes, oh, well, I guess I'll fight him then. Like, he was running away 10 minutes ago. Now he's running back.
They're padding for time from that perspective. Because the first thing you'd expect the Doctor to do against impossible odds is to stand strong. We all understand the chase scenes to build tension and that sort of thing. I mean, I watched Aliens of London and World War III, for goodness sake. But
in corridors is Doctor Who. That's what it is.
Exactly. But I think they did that initially to pad out the episode because it is 50 minutes long. And I think another reason why they had that musical at the end was to pad the fucking episode.
Yep.
I think what would have been better is if when they went to the future, if Maestro took Ruby and then went back in time, and perhaps that's what convinced the Doctor to say, right, I'm going to go and fight this creature. But while we're on it, the Maestro that we saw in 2024, is that a Maestro that has lived for 60 more years in the present, or is that a Maestro which
I asked that question too. Can they travel through time? Because that would make sense, right? Because the reason that the Maestro is able to identify that the Doctor is a Time Lord, or what does he call it? Lord Temporal or something like that. Yes. So that would then imply the Maestro that this person is clearly them because they're a time traveler. So yeah, can the Maestro travel through time as well, or have they just been there since 1925?
I personally believe, and this is through the tricks.
I know the toy maker could travel through time.
The toy maker could definitely, but it's as if we've seen two pieces of two characters, two villains morph together in the toy maker and the trickster, from my analysis. Because the trickster's brigade, they were outside of time and space. They were trying to get into it. So one way of looking at this is that this creature has created its own reality, one where it gobbles up all of music and exists within that reality continuously without aging, built a universe around its deal with that fucking moronic lunatic. So it is, in a sense, a timeless child. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And
Yeah,
all
I
the
heard
agents
that
of the toy maker, all the agents of the trickster, are timeless beings because they don't exist within the confines of time and space. That's why when they see fucking time travelers, they're like, "Hey, you're not a normal one. What can I get from you? What energy can I get from you?"
100%. Yeah, I don't know. They try to play. They make a big deal about John Lennon's guitar, which annoys me because John Lennon was not the most talented Beatle musically. Anyway, he was a good poet, I guess.
Hey, one good thing
They
about
want to
this
deify
timeline,
the
though,
Beatles, and this is irritating.
Will, one good thing about this timeline, no Yoko Ono.
That's true. Yeah, he just wants to get married to a normal girl, not a weird screeching harpy. Yeah, that's good. Bass John Lennon is based. I guess he doesn't become a communist in this reality either. Anyway,
Yeah,
then everything goes tits up again. Not sure what happens there again. I can't quite remember. Oh, here come the musical notes. Kidnapping Ruby and dragging her away. Yes, the musical notes are not an effect. They are physical and can touch things. I'm sorry, this is the dumbest thing since Yoda pulling a bolt of lightning down onto the Jedi Temple.
Oh,
Like, you're now telling us that you have tangible, manifest, physical weapons in musical note form. I mean, when I say a great concept executed poorly, I'm talking about this. This is very much a case of what I'm talking about. Did this not bother either of you? Because it fucking annoyed me.
well, the music's got to go somewhere because it swallowed up all the good music on planet Earth. And yeah, that's a physical manifestation of that, like a puppet on strings. And now this creature is so desperate for more that it's captured Ruby Sunday, tries to feed off of her, and then discovers a deeper note, which means she is the key to everything.
And that's the problem. Yeah. Then of course we get, what? Okay, right. This is worse than the others. Okay.
Yeah, it looks as if the character is
I spent 6
struggling.
months in prison and then being
Yeah.
released straight here.
And it looks as if this character is realizing the weight of its opposition and is getting more desperate. That's why it looks
Breaking
visibly
down.
worse. Yeah.
Maybe. Could be that, yeah. Could be. Which would then suggest that it's traveled back in time after having, because it discovers who the Doctor is in the future, right, Goldie? And
Yeah.
before that didn't know. So if they've gone back in time, it recognizes that it was in the future too, right? Doesn't it? Or no,
Yeah.
it was. What does this fucking guy say to the Doctor? Like, you were in the future. So I guess it can time
You
travel.
step from one time to another, and
It
then
says that while they're in the future, but
yeah,
now is expecting this final battle in the past.
I
so
see
it's all
this
very
as a,
vague. The problem is there's too much information that's left sort of
Totally open,
unreported. But when they do provide you with information, it's also information that damages the story, like we mentioned before with the first Doctor and all the stuff in the future. That the entire handling of the plot is so out of touch.
Yeah, it is absurd. It is completely like disconnected from itself at several intervals. It just doesn't make any sense. And now we've got this, Jinx Monsoon here looking like Elton John just escaped from a brutal week in a prison.
this,
And
this is the timeless child, lady.
yeah.
The agents of the toy maker are timeless children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, so this bloke whose makeup is all kinds of fucked now for some reason, and is wearing a Sergeant Pepper style, uniform. of course, is very, very angry, still roaring all the time, just never stops roaring like that. See, this is what annoyed me too. The performance. That's not called acting. That's called screaming. Why?
tell
Why
that
would you cast this monster, this
Oh,
talentless bastard?
Didn't have to audition. This creature was built for this kind of role. That's why there was no audition. It's instantly you're hired. But you can tell the character's desperate. Like a drug addict, you need more. You need
Yeah, so this is the
more
only
and
human
more.
left with any music in her heart. Yeah, apparently. So we get the scene where the maestro tries to make Ruby sing, and Ruby starts singing, and it starts to sound an awful lot like the Ninth and 10th Doctor's theme, actually. It's very, very Murray Gold, the music that she starts to sing.
That's wrong.
Where is it? There you go. You hear this?
Yeah.
It's very, very Murray Gold, very, RTD and Moffat era kind of music, especially RTD era music. But then it gets completely overtaken by the Shepherd's Bell carol, and it starts snowing again.
I like
Because-
that song.
Yeah, that's a good song. Because Ruby Sunday, as you pointed out, guys, is the key to everything. Once again,
Hmm?
go on.
Oh yeah,
Go on.
I personally think the reason why the antagonist just dropped this lady is because that character knew that Ruby is the special key for the one who is coming.
Yeah, maybe, probably, whoever that ends up being. And this is the only series that I can recall where they actually mentioned the Rani, so maybe there's a thing there, I don't know. But not that I care, really, because the show's fucked. There's another line, which I'm trying to find now, where I think, where is it? Around about here.
Very wrong.
This creature is very wrong,
That's a
says the drag
projection.
queen.
Yeah, projection incarnate right there.
Says the activist drag queen who wants to give story time to your children and do burlesque. At the same time, this creature is very wrong. Sorry, I just had to get that in there. I have to point out hypocrisy wherever I can. Anyway, we then proceed to the most cringe thing in the whole episode for me, which is just literally when he starts playing piano, I think he throws out a little bit of maple leaf rag, and then, well, we get this bit where the maestro summons musical instruments and says, music battle.
You know, looking at that, Will, I saw, when they summoned the violin and that little string, it's like, yeah, they just rewinded footage for that. It was
Oh,
supposedly
100%, yeah.
Chuck, but then,
Mhm.
yeah, it's like, fucking hell, man.
We've all done that when we were making films in high school. But yeah, so basically, and yeah, Dividing Dragons is actually what I wanted to happen as well. I was really hoping we were going to get Devil Went Down to Georgia. The only problem with that is that song didn't come out for like another 17 years. So not really likely to happen. But the thing that pissed me off the most is that you're supposed to be professional writers. And when your character is initiating a music battle, you should have a better name for it. I don't know why it just struck me as irritating that he just goes, music battle. And it's like, okay, Frieza, maybe you could come up with a more threatening thing to say than just what you're going to do. I don't know, like musical melee, I said in my review, or another thing, perhaps like, no, I was not exaggerating about that line, sorry. or another, I came up with a couple of alliterative names that they could have used if they had to have it called out so blatantly, like an anime special move.
It's
they
more
proceed
than
to then-
time.
Yeah, it's more big time. I really loved it when the maestro shouted "music battle" and Goku gave him a Kamehameha. Anyway,
Maestro sounded a lot like Papa Lazaro from the League of Gentlemen when
yeah,
You're my wife
now, Dave.
I'm
You're my wife now. Hello, Dave. Yeah, so we begin having this vicious musical battle where the Doctor is making up a song. I can't play it because obviously if I play too much music from this, I'll get demonetized. BBC are extremely litigious. So, well, no, Disney aren't, but BBC very much are. And so we've got here a lot of call and answer. The Doctor plays a 4 bars, the Mocta, and the Maestro responds in kind. They're back and forth for a while, and then they all start playing over each other. At some point, though, Ruby Sunday joins in, and we get that great old cliche where suddenly both of them, making up a song off the tops of their heads, are able to play exactly the same thing in the same key, at the same rhythm, in perfect time, with knowing exactly where the next one's going with the music, despite this being completely improvised. An improvised duet battle. Then they turn around, completely 180, and both play backwards. Yes, that's right. Apparently, Ruby Sunday is also a virtuoso on the piano. Well, at least that explains how she was able to write that song.
The
The
sky is literally roaring out there, telling me this is fucking awful.
You got a
I feel like-
thunderstorm starting because of
Yes,
this.
thunderstorms for nearly 10 minutes, constant Aurora Borealis, if ever there was one, because of this unnatural way of presenting things. And Ruby looks like she doesn't want to be that close to the Doctor. What are you doing, Doctor? What are you doing to Ruby in that still shot?
I mean, this annoys me on an extra level, as I said, because I happen to have been classically trained in piano as a kid. It irritates the hell out of me. Do you have any idea how much practice it would take to be able to pull off this maneuver? 2 people at the same damn time, like playing. I mean, you wouldn't be able to do it at all because it's improvised. For a start, there cannot be any rehearsal. So they have just both discovered that they're both able to play piano at this level and flip past each other, swap sides, do a 180, play backwards, and all of this while defending themselves from the music of a music god. I'm sorry, I don't believe even the Doctor can do this. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, they did something similar in the Lazarus experiment, but instead of it being the Doctor and the companion, it was just the Doctor, so that made a lot more sense,
Yeah, I could buy it if it was just the Doctor.
It comes across as, I know you have to have some level of suspending your disbelief, but too many things are just happening in this episode that really are just unbelievable.
Sorry, I just noticed there was comment 2 going on piano. Sorry, yeah, no, I just don't buy this. I don't buy that anyone could do this, even if the Doctor was somehow also puppeteering Ruby with his mind or something. There'd be bum notes and mistakes made. They've never done this before. It's not like
It just seems to be a Deus Ex Machina, with the
it
Sonic
is.
vacuum. Why isn't he? Oh wait, so the Sonic gone straight. Okay, so we had
The
that
Sonic
style where he
got
turned
busted at the
all the
start.
sound. So we
Then
take
it got
the
broken.
sound, and then they're just pulling this out their arse as well.
So the Sonic got frazzled when he turned off the sound, but somehow it was still working for the later scene here where he tried to use it again. Go on,
Why doesn't he just breathe life into the new Sonic? I mean,
The
he did that with the
Doctor-
butterfly.
The Doctor is using Ruby as a puppet. That's why they're in that position. Where's his control stick?
Guys, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, the Sonic sex toy, yeah, maybe he is using the Sonic. Who fucking knows? You can't see his hands because you're not allowed to show actors who can't play the piano trying to play the piano. Anyway, it drives me nuts. That stuff. It drives me nuts. It's not only a bad episode, but it's an amateur hour display of musicianship as well. It it doesn't make sense. Like when Monsoon is playing the violin, his fingers don't match up with what's being played. And okay, fine, this is TV stuff. It's not specific to Doctor Who, but I hate that stuff. Like then you get shots of them playing, and it all, it's all one thing. And then the worst part of all of this is that for no reason apparently, the Doctor is able to win. The violin breaks. Does the violin break because the maestro was playing it too hard, or does the violin break because the Doctor overpowered the maestro? And if the Doctor overpowered the maestro, what exactly were the terms of victory in this musical battle? Guys, help me.
Basically, this creature, this ginger tranny creature, threw a fit and lost.
No.
Demon.
Oh, which gave the Doctor the ability to try and create the Control-Alt-Delete key to eliminate this creature.
Which it does, yeah. You see, they have their back and forth, and then the Doctor starts playing individual notes to make up a chord. Now, if you know anything about music at all, a chord is a series of notes played simultaneously. A broken chord is when they're played one at a time, or an arpeggio. So he's playing all these chords, and it's not a chord, these notes, and it's not a chord he's playing, it's a sequence of notes. And then he gets the last one wrong, for whatever reason, and fails. And the maestro is able to completely bounce back and sit around for what seems like an eternity, about 15 seconds. Even as these notes are leaving his mouth, the Doctor could easily have just played all those same notes again and tried a different last one. If he can spin around on the fly and ad hoc a duet in the middle of being attacked with music, he can remember 6 or 7 notes.
I think this scene really builds up the fact that you think it's all over, but then the Doctor is shocked when he fails, which galvanizes the opposition to just go all fucking out. Because it won.
But the Doctor has ample time to try again. The Doctor could have just remained calm and gone, okay, I know what those other notes were. I mean, he has got an incredible memory. It's the Doctor, supposedly, right?
Yeah, but this is the Rwanda DLC edition. It doesn't.
This is the car boot sale Doctor, yeah. It's like one of those action figure box sets you find, and it says Marvel on it, and it's got like Iron Man and Spider-Man and Superman and Batman. And none of them are painted properly. That's the Doctor we've got right now. Anyway, I will say one thing. It doesn't matter anyway, because then we get the actual Deus Ex Machina in a second, which is, for no reason, John Lennon shows up. And where is that? Come on. Yeah, John Lennon is here. He's found the piano. And it looks nothing like John Lennon. And he decides he's going to study these notes. And then, she's trapped in a cello, or is that bass? Yeah. And the Doctor and John Lennon is standing there trying to figure out what the hell he's supposed to do with this. And then Paul McCartney shows up in a double Deus Ex, and the two of them play the chord, even though there's no stave. So how you would know what notes those actually are supposed to be is beyond me as a musician. And then they just are able to, I don't know, somehow that just turns the piano into a Ghostbusters trap.
I mean, you break the deal, Will. This is exactly how you defeat the trickster. You do the opposite of what the deal was. And the deal this was a devil's chord, and they played the antidote, which was the opposite to that breaking the
whatever
deal.
that is never revealed in any way, in any useful way to the audience.
And then this last bit, warning of the thing to come.
Oh, the one that waits is almost here or something. I don't fucking know. That was from Ruby Road, wasn't it? That bollocks, yeah. Bollocks in the chat. Very good. I see you. Okay. So what else happens in this? Nothing. I think nothing worth talking about. Right? Definitely.
You've got 5 minutes to go. They could have ended this at 45 minutes with the Doctor just winking, but no, it's musical time. Great big F you to everyone who supported this show for 60 fucking years.
And then,
Fucking.
yeah, we get a full, all singing, all dancing number called There's Always a Twist at the End. It goes on and on and on and on. And all of this is there like as if it was part of Shooty's contract. Yeah, there's a massive musical number. Here we go again. It's pure fucking cringe, guys.
Fuck this show.
What is this?
It looks like Wes Anderson directed it.
They're all doing the twist, of course, because there's always a twist at the end. Ruby sings a bit, but you can't hear her. The worst thing about this, and of course, it's just absurd. The fact that Martin, who I can't think of his fucking first name, George Martin, I think it was, the Beatles producer who was, according to my father, who met him and recorded with him, an extremely stoic, military, stern man, would never be caught dead dancing under any circumstances, as the Beatles are all joining in to play this song, and he's twirling around. Oh my God.
And they showed the kid in this, which was the actual twist, which means this creature is coming back.
Yeah, there's Cilla Black, who looks nothing like Cilla Black. Once again, just ask my dad. That wink was for you, Dad. Anyway, yeah, I don't really get it. It's just cringe. And while they're all dancing in these corridors, I don't know if I can find the exact moment that it happens, but come on, where is it? Somewhere in here. There's a.
Can we go back
shot.
to the future? Can we go back to the future where the world is literally a nuclear hellscape, please? I think that's more salvageable than this shit.
Yeah,
Oh, and
it's
raining
before there's
for no
somewhere in
reason
here.
indoors.
Somewhere in this shot, I don't know where, when they're running around in the corridors, the door opens and you see little Mr. H. Arbinger standing there, meaning that all of the time that they were here, they could have apprehended that kid, but there he is. But they were too busy singing and dancing in their High School Musical shite to be able to
And
notice
that's the
that.
twist. That's the twist, folks. This character, which is essentially the egg or the caterpillar for the Chinks Mongo character, will be returning at some point.
Yeah, I know. I mean, everything's wrong with this. I mean, there was so much.
Even the kid looks disturbed.
Yeah.
I know, yeah, and this is, I suppose, still supposed to be EMI Studios. But I'll have to ask my dad if they got the interior right. I didn't even ask him at the time. But there you go. It's pure cringe. Better music could have been written for this. They could have done a jazz number. They could have done some Dixieland or something. But I'll tell you what, they shouldn't have done a number at all. But if they absolutely had to, and they wanted it to sound like it was in the 60s, they could have recorded it in the way that they do in the 60s. Because if you actually listen to this song, and I beg you not to, it is so overproduced that it might as well be a Taylor Swift song. Because it's all compressed. Everything sounds like it's coming out of the middle. There's no levels or layers to the song whatsoever. It is completely lacking in any passion. It's like an S Club 7 song. Isn't it? It's like reach for the fucking stars, mother lickers. Anyway, they bop out with their umbrellas in unison. And then there's another very strange scene that didn't need to be here, which is this one. Excuse me, I've got all this crap open on my PC. Where the ground, the zebra crossing, I think it's a zebra crossing, maybe it's Pelican, I can't really remember, is lighting up like the piano from Big and playing a kind of swing number, kind of jazzy number. And I don't know about you guys, maybe Goldie, what do you think? I would be terrified if I had just finished fighting the god of music, and then on my way back, music started happening to me without me wanting it to in
Yeah,
places it shouldn't.
The musical trickster, and there's a trickery of music on the floor, kind of disconcerting.
What did you
Again,
think when you saw this?
it's just throwing the rules out of the pram. There's no acknowledgement for anything that's going on. I mean, musicals sort of have that thing where as soon as they go into the musical scene, you kind of, ignore all of the natural surroundings and things like that. But this is Doctor Who. There should be some acknowledgement that why the hell is this road lighting up and things like that. But it's
Yeah, I mean, surely
Well,
the
there's names
magic
here.
is over.
yeah, they'll probably say like with the toy maker once he got defeated, they got some like gift or something like that. Them wanting to dance is them enacting this power for their own means. But again, if that is what has happened, then say that. But it's all left vague and nothing's explained. And all this is made. Who this is made for, right? Is the Disney shills that will
Children.
sit there and go, oh my god, and there's no thought behind it.
Yeah, and children. And they basically have the same emotional level anyway, so yeah.
And the fact
and
that
then-
all this stuff can be seen as being geared towards children, and then you have the scenes like with Jinx Monsoon and in Space Babies and things like that, it comes across as very disturbing because on the one hand, this isn't for children, we're going to make it mature and we're going to have all this stuff in it. But on the other hand, it's a kid show and it's always been for children.
I
When you
feel
put the two
sorry.
together,
I
It
feel
doesn't-
sorry for that blue box, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah,
Two great things about this
Yeah,
show
the
so far,
turquoise
folks. I know. Two great things about this show so much is that barely anyone's watching it, and there's only 6 more episodes to go.
We got a brief look at next week's episode, which was just apparently looks like the Doctor stepping on a landmine.
Please blow up, please.
And
Please.
now I want to say one thing here, which I said in my review, and that surprised the hell out of me, and I think it was probably necessary because of just how incredibly over the top Jinx Monsoon was. But Shugi Gatwa dialed it down in this episode. Like he was positively subdued for parts of it during the main body of the plot. There was none of the campy flounciness that we saw in episode 1. As soon as they were out of the TARDIS and they noticed something was wrong, that died a death. His performance was, like, I gotta say, markedly better, more tolerable anyway, in this than it was in the first one. I'm not sympathizing with the guy. He's still a rude piece of shit who insulted the fans, but hey, at least he is capable of playing something subtly. That's a compliment. One random compliment out of the sea of shit. But that's my take. I'm the nice guy of the bunch of Harold.
No, this second episode is way worse than the first one, in my view, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, episode 3, Boom, which is written by Stephen Moffat, can at least be a passable Doctor Who episode. Fingers crossed on that front. Hopefully, the Doctor steps on a landmine and the companion can try and save the day. Focus on her, because her character is a lot more amenable than
watching her to watching him. And I don't mean that just because she's a chick. I mean, she's a better actor. She's not great, but she's a better actor. She's not over the top, like, all the time. Her reactions to things are reasonable. They seem appropriate for the situations most of the time. You know what I mean? Well, that was long. We did 2 episodes, and I damn you, Disney, for putting out 2 episodes because it screwed my entire schedule for this weekend. Like, I had the whole week planned out, and then the 2 episodes, and I got to review 2 episodes, and we got to do 2 episodes. We even ended up having to go an hour over on the stream, but that's okay. I appreciate you guys sticking around longer. I got the last couple of super chats and things I need to cover before I can get to outros. Oh boy, I guess we'll do our summaries in outros as well. So I've got here from Ed Gorenstein or Stein. You're gonna have to let me know, buddy. And for £5, and that's an air horn. So wait 1 second. So. I'm convinced Bi-Generation was done, so the 14th Doctor can come back as the Valiant. I have a video on my channel about exactly this. I predicted that as well, actually, a long time ago. Speculated anyway, not exactly predicted. I think Tennant could play the Valiant really well. He's not in my good books at the moment as a human being, but as an actor, he's still pretty hard to touch, so I
David
can see
Tennant
that.
has become the Valiant.
He kind of has, yeah. So, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily rule it out. I don't believe he's never coming back. I think that's just Russell T Davies trying to shut people up about it because he's opened a can of worms with his other comments and he's trying to close that can. It's not going to work. Also, we have Agent Smith me for another 5, I think, Aussie dollars.
Australian dollars.
Thank you very much for the dollary dues. He says, Dr. Horror Vision. That was, I think, in relation to our favourite drag queen. So there you go, guys, in any particular order, if you'd like to decide, do an outro, summarise what you think now after this 2-hour, 3-hour, nearly.
Well, it's been it's been more of a therapy session of sorts.
Yeah.
Over these 2 episodes. Space Babies, I would say, is more consistent with its own rules, but it's very shite objectively, whereas this is kind of better, but it doesn't really follow its own rules. So they have their, they both have their own unique negatives, I'll say that. But as for my overall thoughts, I just want to end it all, really. I can't do this for 6 more weeks.
Oh, I'm committed. I'm in.
Moffat,
I'm
please
sure.
give us an okay episode, please. But as for me, I should have my review out for both of these episodes later. Like you, Will, my schedule's been entirely messed up because of these 2 episodes, because I thought if it's 1 episode, I could have been able to put out a review much sooner. I've got 2 of them, and of course I had to watch both of them, and I've been talking about it with people, so it should be out later today. If it's not, then it'll be tomorrow. I don't know if we can get a lot of views. I don't know if the interest is there for people to even, but we'll see,
You definitely want to do that. Trust me, there's a lot of
I'm
interest.
definitely going to be putting out a video. It's just when I do that, it's going to be a bit messy. But yeah, I will have that out sometime in the near future. But even though I'll have to suffer through the episodes to come, at least I'll be here every week to talk about it with you, fine gents.
Thank you very much. Right?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for watching this episode of Aku TF Live. See what he did there? My goodness, it's great to see all the fine folks and fellow creators in the chat, and so many great people watching. Progressive ponces who suck Disney who penis. But as for my reviews of
Because it makes words.
In regards to my reviews of episode 1 and episode 2, you will get them, folks. They're going to be very long videos, I'm afraid. 57 minutes and an hour, 18 minutes and 20 seconds. Why? Because they're going to come from this fucking show. That's why.
Keeping him in content every single week.
I know. I feed off of everyone. I'm a trickster.
I don't mind it at all. I genuinely don't mind it.
That's fine. So long as you have consent, you can do it. It's not rape if it's consensual. You Disney Who fuckers wouldn't know that, though, because
I took a turn.
It's so,
yeah, escalated quickly.
folks, you know where to check me out. Brian Roger Athay, host and founder of Reality Base. Recently released a video in regards to the bounties on Asmongold and Grums. I know it's old news, but I can only make so many videos a day. But hopefully more videos will be made for today.
I was going to say, in relation to that, I remember when I booted up YouTube a few days ago, and there was a video from your stream that was like a year ago with Hypnotic, where you were going through his creator origins or something like that. I was thinking, wait a minute, I was just streamed last year, and then you just had the video out. That was pretty funny. Yeah.
Yeah. he's having trouble keeping up. You probably want to skip ahead on current content if you're making any to the hack
I have
of
to-
Discord.
I haven't made any of Coach and Dragons videos about all the ancient history stuff because I have to focus on topics of the day. It's not easy,
You
folks.
need an edit.
Keep on going, keep on growing, and you'll go far as a rising star. I'll tell you this though, folks. Processing fucking hour-long videos is going to be a pain in the ass, but hopefully you will all enjoy it. That's why I wait a week, so you all forget about this show, and then you can watch it again in a video.
Not a bad idea, really.
Nice tits.
Anyway, so I guess I'll wrap this one up then. These episodes were abominable, appalling, shockingly bad. Like we said at the start, Space Babies, terrible concept, executed as well as they possibly could, but the writing just cobbled together bit by bit, apparently. Then, of course, we had this abomination that I've still got on my screen at the moment, which, of course, was The Devil's Cord. A really nice concept squandered completely and sacrificed on the altar of DEI, as well as stupid execution, just lame humor and nonsensical battle mechanics, and it's just shit. And it made me nauseous to watch it. Hopefully Moffat can give us something this week with something at least possibly watchable, but we'll find out. In the meantime, this has been the biggest stream that has ever been on this channel in
And the
the
longest,
history of
too.
its existence, the longest stream too. We had at one point 150 plus over 150 live viewers. We've had loads of gifted memberships, super chats. I appreciate all of you guys who have found your way to my channel in the last few days, especially you new folks, and of course the mods. Adam Juman, we had Sonia earlier on as well. Rev was here for a bit, I think. TJAP Steve, of course. Everybody who helps out is really appreciated here, even the douchebag trolls that need kicking because they won't shut up. So yeah, thanks for stopping by, everybody. Really appreciate you. We will be doing a regular WTF Live to catch up with all the news we've missed this weekend, probably on Tuesday. That's me and Ryan. The same on Thursday. In between then, I will be putting out videos covering lots of Doctor Who news. I've got a video already about the audience scores that are coming through on Metacritic and Rotten Tomatoes. That will be coming out later. A couple of non sequitur things about other political events and pop culture stuff. And of course, Gamergate 2 continues to rage on with Alyssa Mercante being insane, the hack of the Discord and everything that's going on with that. So there's plenty of reasons to subscribe to Will of the Fans. In the meantime, it's time for us to all say tatty bye, take care, and we will see you next time. Have a great time. Bye-bye, everybody.
Domino's. Pepperoni pizza. Arizona green tea. Happy Mother's Day. There's a pizza I got. Pepperoni. And trust. It's the video of me watching the video. It's the video of me watching. The video of me watching. Here's scary.
Late into his shift at the Santiago metro station, well known for its multiple reports of ghostly sightings, this man had spent most of the night sitting and staring at screens, with eyes heavy and mind wandering. He decided to take a stroll by the leisure area to get some blood flowing and snag a late night snack. However, as he gets there, he caught a chair moving on its own out of the corner of his eye, followed by a screen turning on by itself. With it not being the first time he witnessed something strange there, he immediately fishes out his phone and starts recording. That's when he caught something on camera he'll never forget. Take a look.
Oh, you where? You where? Oh, go.
Did you spot the pool balls moving by themselves? Just as he felt a chill running down his spine, the Q-stick decided to dive on its own too. But how does one explain cue balls coming to life? Is this why the Santiago metro station is known to be haunted? Well, there are many reports like this from that station, but perhaps the most fascinating is that of a woman who took the last train on line 1, alone in her carriage, or so she thought, because soon she noticed 3 passengers sat in seats that were empty when she got in, a woman and 2 kids, staring intently at her. Another passenger boarded and, after realizing what was going on, whispered to her, "Don't look at her face. Get off at the next stop with me." Heeding his advice, she learned the chilling truth. A mother and her 2 children had lost their lives years earlier to a speeding train, and ever since then, multiple passengers swear to have witnessed the strange paranormal sighting with their own eyes. Reckon the Santiago metro station is really haunted with all these crazy stories. No wonder that man went running to his colleagues like a toddler scared by their siblings, after witnessing something like that. Found a creepy video you'd like us to feature? Send us a link on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram at GoosePimplesyT. Also, if you enjoy scary videos like this, subscribe and click the bell icon to get a notification every time we upload a new one. Number 9. Mystery at the mall. Imagine going to the mall to get some personal things. You pack your ride by the parking lot to head into the mall, only for you to return with bags in your hands and jaws nearly touching the floor at the sight before you. This guy was left in such a head-scratching situation that provoked him, and he requested to see the manager for some answers. However, after reviewing the CCTV footage, they were left with more questions than answers. Here's what was caught.
这个男的过去之后，车头先往这边移了一下，然后就腾空飞起来了，这鬼！不会很，哎，马上后马就是他们走。哎，看家，你这是变了，我背了错。
As the man walked past the scooter, it seemed life seeped into it and began to ram against the rail before toppling over. The incident caught the attention of passers-by as they stood bewildered at the spectacle. There's no way on earth anyone would leave their bike engines running while they're shopping in the mall. So what gives? How do we make sense of this bizarre incident? Could it have been a mechanical malfunction with a dash of Murphy's Law thrown in for good measure? Or was it a mischievous poltergeist? Desperate for a joyride on a Vespa it never got to experience in the land of the living? With open minds, be sure to share your thoughts and theories about this one in the comments. Number 8. Haunted Granny's House. Poltergeist activities at an elderly's house have become some sort of an urban legend, with stories about them whispered by those who have experiences. However, when our guy visited his grandparents' house, the haunted fables became too real to ignore.
Tipo ho sentito strisciare nel vetro, quindi non so che cazzo si fa. No vabbè ragazzi, io sono terrorizzato, ma proprio nel...
It's a tales.
Direi che vado via perché nei film consiglio sempre questa cosa qua.
Woken up by the eerie creaking of the floorboard upstairs and dogs barking ominously from the next house. He decided to investigate if they were being robbed, since no one else was in the house. Little did he know that he was up against more than just Mars burglars. This appeared to be something way more sinister. As he tracks the disturbance to a room upstairs, he's greeted by a chilling sight. Scratching on the glass, chandeliers swaying as if moved by an invisible hand, like a scene straight out of a horror movie. But wait, there's more to this spine-tingling tale. You see, this isn't just a random encounter with the supernatural. His grandparents had called this place home for generations, never encountering any bizarre occurrence until recently, when things started to move. Indistinct chatterings were heard in the hallways. phantom footsteps all around and whatnot. So, our guy, being just a concerned grandson, wanted to prove that it was all in their heads, decided to spend a couple of nights and record the whole experience. But from his encounters so far, someone or something might actually be lurking in the shadows. And if you thought this was all he experienced that night, well, see for yourself.
Così, mira con questa cosa. Il vaso non era lì. Il vaso non era lì. Questo vaso non era lì. Non era assolutamente lì. Era qualche scalino peso, ma non era qui. Ok.
Immediately after seeing the closet slammed shut and the vase right in the middle of the staircase, he saw something in the room that made his blood run cold. Don't worry, it's pretty hard to spot, so let's slow it down and zoom in. If the first two weren't warning enough, this last bit definitely drove the point home as he bolted downstairs in search of a much-needed pair of spare pants. After the dust settled, he felt he had to go back there to be sure there weren't one-off events. Because why else would anyone in their right mind willingly set foot in a house that's practically a paranormal playground? At the earliest light, he gracefully packed his things and headed home to review the clips with his wife, who might have been wondering why he suddenly likes having sleepovers at Grandma's. Much to the bewilderment of him and his wife, the blanket on the other bed moved at the same time he felt the temperature in the room drastically drop. Now that it's clear they possibly have a pesky poltergeist on their hands, they seek help, and people suggest that they inspect all the items they've recently bought into the house. Meanwhile, his grandmother had bought a vintage scarf from a yard sale. His next mission was to dispose of the scarf and clean the house of any malevolent spirits.
Pronto?
Having arrived in the house to windows wide open and the TV on, his attention was caught by a sound from behind.
I don't know if Aaron came through or he's going to still leave. We will watch Aaron would
Shortly
if he didn't
after,
leave already.
the phone rang, and he answered to be met with an unsettling silence on the other end, a taste of things to come on this intrepid mission.
Vi giuro, è inquietante.
In an eerie twist, someone or something threw the scarf to the ground. Did you notice how quickly he panned the camera in that direction? That's not something you don't see very often with ghost videos. With a hesitant hand, he hurriedly picked up the scarf and tossed it in the furthest trash bin. After that, a thorough purification was done, and the uploader testified that they no longer experienced any bizarre events in the house, and that his grandparents moved back in. We've seen a lot of ghost stories in our day. Could this one be the real deal? Or did they put on a great haunted charade for our entertainment? What do you think? Let us know in the comments. Number 7. Ghostly revenge. Sometimes paranormal activities don't take place in the house or at a cemetery. They take place in a van. Some claim that he was experiencing a supposedly haunted area and headed back into his van after an unfruitful day of ghost hunting. Could this have been the paranormal entity's way of getting back at him for meddling in their ghostly affairs? Or was it just a classic case of being at the wrong place at the wrong time? How do you explain what you've just witnessed? Are they pulling the wool over our eyes? Maybe. But what if there's something far more sinister at play here? We'll leave this one for you to decide. Number 6. Creeper in the salon. This video you're about to watch will leave you more terrified than any paranormal video will ever be able to. Don't believe me? Take a look.
Hi.
I just came to come say hi.
Hi.
Because I said it was open, so I figured, you know what? I'll come to clerk of whoever is in here.
Oh, I'm waiting for somebody to get there. But...
Oh, and I'll be leaving in 2 minutes, so at least it'll be quick.
Okay.
Squeeze it, you lift it, and then you bend it.
Okay.
What's your name?
Brenda.
Danny. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You're Brenda. What is the secret handshake? Here, check it out real quick. Stand up for me.
Okay.
Instead of me calling you Brenda,
Okay.
I will end up calling you Brandy.
Okay.
From now on.
Okay.
Brandy.
Okay.
Here, squeeze it. Lift it and bend it. And then give me your left hand now.
Okay.
And say right.
Bueno,
Since I'm teaching you Spanish, I'm going
I know French.
¿De dónde eres?
Mi esposo es mexicano.
This creep walks into this woman's salon before it is opened. But if you thought this was already creepy enough, wait till you see what happens next.
You know, leave it one.
Yeah,
And we are on the like this.
I was getting ready, wash my teeth, floor, wash my face. My nose just started bleeding. I should stop by the time I reach,
There you go. See, you get out of 10?
Yep.
All right, out of 10 there.
I
That was Aaron.
But I was like, nah, you shot it even for hot dogs and everything.
I eat jalapenos, I got.
Really?
Yeah.
I got it.
Yes, but they're here.
No way.
Yes.
Do it again. And go like that. So the reason I'm rolling it up is because I'm gonna see it.
Pizza was good, but I like Marco's.
Slightly or strong.
Whatever.
Stay forward.
But it was okay.
Okay,
9:40.
you don't look great.
Thank you.
Everything's going to 30. Keep it up. Stay forward. Stay forward.
I hope everybody's having a happy Mother's Day.
So why the hell would he need to know how strong her arms are? This is getting weirder by the minute. At this point, she's so terrified that she's willing to do everything he's asking, so long as he keeps wasting time until the client she's expecting eventually arrives.
Porque estamos haciendo un masaje de cintura. Manténnos. Yo voy a parar de forma para get ready.
I have to go with my gun. Thank you.
Definitely. Nice to meet you.
You too.
All right, good to go.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Thankfully, she arrived just in time because he was about to lead her out the shop. But did you notice it? He forgot his phone on her chair. So after he left, they checked through his phone and found the creepiest search history you could ever find on one's phone. Things like, where is the nearest police station? And how to kidnap and eat people. What an absolute freak. A pretty dumb one at that, since he forgot the one thing that would most likely lead the police straight to his doorstep. Be careful out there. Always lock your doors, even if you're just waiting for someone. Number 5. Room of Shadows. They say a mother's intuition is sharper than a chef's knife. And boy, were they right. When this mom noticed her daughter's sudden aversion to her room, she knew there was more to it than bedtime blues. So, she decided to review the security camera footage of her room, but what she found sent chills down her spine. This was the first time she noticed her daughter's discomfort in her room, so she dug deeper and found this clip that explains everything. The mother recalled her daughter running into the room crying that a woman screamed at her in her room. She said she didn't hear anyone scream at the time and just shrugged it off. Besides, it wasn't likely that someone broke into their home without setting off the alarm. She also claimed that she went into the room to check, but it was all clear. But after reviewing this clip, she understood why her little angel hated her room so much. What do you think about this? A naughty neighbor trying to scare the girl from outside the window, or something far more sinister at play here? Let us know. Number 4. New home dilemma. Moving into a new apartment comes with excitement and a refreshing feel, especially when it's in a better part of town. This family recently moved to this house with such feelings, but was oblivious to its mysterious past. If only they knew the evil that existed in the place. Here is the paranormal concoction that left them gasping.
Son las, no sé si se alcance a ver, las 3 de la mañana con 1 minuto. Y mi hermana me acaba de levantar porque dice que se escuchan ruidos en el cuarto. Mi esposo y mi niña están dormidos. Y
See, Aaron, he starts work at 4
vamos a ver qué se escucha.
Scooter goes 8 miles an hour. So.
No hay nadie. Solamente estamos mi hermana, mi hija, mi esposo y yo. Aquí en este cuarto está solo porque en esos últimos días nadie ha podido dormir aquí. Como podrán ver, el cuarto está totalmente solo y pues nadie duerme aquí, solo estamos nosotros. Mi hermana dice que se escuchan cosas, pero ay, me asusté. Pero no sé, pues no se oye nada, no se Amor, levántate.
It all started off like a joke, some sort of late night hide and seek with an unseen force. But when their chittering got too much for their brother to bear, he decided to show the entity who's boss, and this happened.
No sabemos qué fue lo que pudo haber pasado. Mi esposo anda viendo. ¿Qué fue eso? ¿Qué es, amor?
Mover la puerta, no sé qué voy a esperar, nada.
No hay nada. No hay nada en el baño.
First off, we've got to acknowledge this guy's nerves of steel, diving headfirst into the source of the paranormal chaos. But who or what could be depriving them of a much needed sleep?
Seguimos grabando porque no están escucharse los ruidos. Son las 3:19 de la mañana. No dejan de escucharse las cosas. Abre la puerta.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? A ver, abre la puerta.
Cuidado, cuidado.
Primero.
Se escucha bien claro, pero no hay nadie. No hay nadie afuera de la casa.
Perfecto, enfrente. Mira.
Solamente se escuchan todos. La gente ahorita a estas horas está dormida. No sabemos qué sea. Ya tenemos días sintiendo cosas extrañas. Últimamente se ve, se siente una vibra medio extraña.
And just when they thought the disturbance was only from outside, this happened, and all of them trembled like a leaf.
¡Ay, Dios! ¿Viste la mano en la cabeza? La cabeza de la mona.
Pues bueno, ya que no me recuerdo nada.
Estamos solos. No sabemos qué hacer.
Did you notice how that doll stood for a brief second before falling as they backed the camera? Or how violently the door was knocked again? This is starting to feel more than just a prankster's antics, and more like a poltergeist presence.
Seguimos aquí en la grabación. Mi esposo fumando, que no falta el vicio. Mi hermano aquí casi llorando. ¡La puerta!
¡Quédale ahí!
Vean, es que no hay nadie. No es nadie. Todo se ve absolutamente solo. No hay absolutamente. Ay, esperen. Amor, ¿escuchaste? ¿Estás bien, hija? Ay, güey. No manches.
At this point, the man reaches his tipping point, promising to deal with whoever is pulling such an expensive prank on his family. However, he fails to entertain the possibility of other forces being at play here. How does he explain the doll's movement and other things around the house? If they didn't get it, then I bet they are about to do so now.
Ay, Dios. Estamos solas, mi esposo le tocó trabajar hoy. Estamos nosotras solas. Tenemos mucho miedo. Hace como 15 días que se empezó. Que escucharon nuestros ruidos. No sé si es imposible. Ay. No sé si es imposible dormir. Cuando estamos solas. Ay, no puede ser. No puede ser, no puede ser. Cada vez es más difícil. Ay, Dios. Ay, Dios.
With the orchestra of peace and
Subtitles.
calm out of the picture, the unholy present returns to haunt and set their hearts racing. With their hero unavailable, how would the lady survive the night?
Ay, Dios mío. No sé si alcanzaron a ver, pero se movió la cortina.
The ladies then decide to confront the demon or whatever it was from its source, but what they found made them wish they'd never opened that door. Take a look.
Vamos a ver qué había, pero no hay nadie. No se ve. ¡Ay, Dios! ¿Qué fue eso?
Someone or something tosses a knife in their direction, as if to let them know what was coming next. Sure, it's the wee hours, and they couldn't run outside the house into the streets, but their bets couldn't save them from whatever danger was coming. This was the last video they uploaded on their TikTok channel, which makes you wonder, did they get hurt, or were they able to get rid of their paranormal roommate? Real poltergeist activities, or did you pick holes in their story? Share your thoughts in the comments. Number 3, ghostly touch. Get ready to have your reality flipped upside down. The footage you're about to watch has left even the most skeptical minds scratching their heads for answers. It's borderline unimaginable. Take a look. As Hyanahe from The Boys dazzled the crowd with his performance, eagle-eyed fans couldn't help but notice a mysterious hand resting on his shoulders, only to vanish into thin air moments later, with none of his members anywhere near him at the time. Whose hand was that? Was it a glitch in the Matrix? A sneaky muggle who stole the invisibility code from Hogwarts?
What's an invisibility code?
Or perhaps an extraterrestrial fan trying to get up close and personal with their favorite star? We'll let you be the judge of this one.
Or a thing from
Number
our
2,
family.
the haunted wall. The man in the video you're about to watch was in the clinic when he felt like he wasn't the only one around, so he brought his phone to record the subtle signs he's been seeing, so no one would think he's losing his mind. Here's the hair-raising sight he caught on camera. Hospitals are paranormal hotspots, and it's no surprise that our guide was quick to whip out his phone to record. How can we explain a cup moving on its own? Strings? Why would he carry strings in his pocket to a hospital bed? But what if it was the ghost of someone who had passed away in that ward, playing tricks from the great beyond, or an in-betweener trying to catch his attention? The possibilities are as chilling as they are endless. Be sure to let us know what you think. Number 1, the nun sighting. Attending funerals can be a time to reflect on life and perhaps connect with distant cousins and other family members. But when the deceased decides to crash the party, you bet people would run faster than their family ties can pull them together. Take a look at the chaotic concoction that left many in utter disbelief. During a remembrance ceremony for the dead in this church, a deceased nun was caught on camera in the proceedings. Although no one noticed at the time, attention was drawn to a strange figure amongst the crowd while replaying the ceremony footage. Upon closer inspection, some suggest it appears to be a nun buried in the nearby grave. Was it truly the spirit of the departed, making a spectral appearance to pay her respects? Or was it an over-enthusiastic follower dressed up as her spiritual idol to partake in the ceremony? Hey, here's a playlist full of creepy stuff caught on camera for you to enjoy. Don't forget to bump the like button, subscribe and click the bell icon to avoid missing our weekly Spook Fest. Thanks for watching. Stay in the dark.
Yeah, so I don't know. I like the little spooky stuff. So I don't know about you.
And a bizarre turn of event.
Spanish jazz. Spanish jazz. Yeah, I miss my mother died in 2002, and she was 80. Sorry. This is rest a little bit. I don't know if this is Strangers at Midnight, but I like Strangers in the Night song. I don't know what this is. Yes, I'll try something else. Well, what you would like to watch was this, you know, I just met my mother. She was 80. Then when I was 40, she could live longer. Josh is asleep. Aaron's at work. I don't know if I can get a hold of Amber on the phone. Give a pretty Amber. She doesn't finish late. She's miss her. Can't get her on. Julie Cole is there to play well. Of course, there's Amy. I don't know what else there. Hopefully soon. Amy Watkins. All right. Well, it's been on about 4 hours and 17 minutes or so, and I don't know what else to say. But I hope you have a happy Mother's Day. You enjoyed watching this. It's I'm sorry it's not made it interesting as all the time, but just I'm still trying for what I could do with YouTube, what I could put on it, and make it interesting. I do have one with Josh playing Fallout, which I don't know if you're into Fallout. You watch that, and I'm trying to think about what I can do. Those the blanks what I could do to add, to make it interesting, what to say. So please like and share, and comment, and say something about it. Give me ideas of what I could do about this. I don't want to. I could talk about my friend Amy Watkins. She's 52. I'm 62, and she's I would like her to be my girl, but she thinks God does want us to marry, so I don't know. It's not going anywhere. She does say she loved me. And there's Andrea. She's born in 1959, so she got maybe 2 years, almost 3 years yet older. She's got to be turned 65 on in September the 16th. Or the 20th. September the 20th. She will turn 65. So I don't know what else to say. Of course, I'm for Donald Trump. Cedric, he helps me. He's from Will's Way, and I don't. I think he believes everything the media says, all the lies. I believe everything that they say is all pumped up, fake charges. And he, can't believe the propaganda of the media, because Trump is innocent of all the charges. He believes that hook, line, sinker, NPR, probably CNN, MSNBC, which is just left-wing propaganda. I go on, but I think that Trump is innocent of all the charges, and I think he said that he's not fit to be president. I think he's fit to be president. He's more than fit. I think that I don't know what he's talking about, but I don't want to, but tell me what you think, and I'll do another video maybe some other time. I don't know. I'm thinking of what I can post up on here. Let's see what this is. Let me see what. So I try to. I don't know how to post. I'll try to see a post on my Facebook. Try to. So I guess I could end this now. Have a good rest of your Mother's Day.